research that I came from France, from the University of Rennes, but other types of organizers too. Then I'm going to explain you the main results of a survey that we have conducted last year, and that will give you also some insights about different European programs and initiatives that we have, people from different organizations have carried on. And then we will finish with some main conclusions. So what is SCORE program is a consortium, as you can see, as an alliance of different organizations, research, municipalities. And as you can see, the main goal and the main important element is that we have tried to identify the programs and initiatives that they organize at local level. Because the main core question at the beginning was that there are a lot of different initiatives from national federations or European, FIFA or UEFA, it's in football, but of course national or international Olympic committees. But we didn't see what happened at local level, what is happening at the municipality, on the neighborhoods. So this is the approach that we wanted to identify and to analyze. We also see that we have two main objectives, as you can see here. First of all, because these two objectives are normally very close, and some of the organization of the initiatives try to get to these two objectives. The first is how to combat discrimination in sport and through sport, because we know that also sport can be a field, sadly, a field for discrimination and racism, but it could be also a platform for avoiding discrimination and to getting into other behaviors. And also, the second objective is how can we use sport as a tool, as a vehicle for integration, for intercultural dialogue, for mutual understanding. So as you can see here too, we have many partners, so it's a big program in which we have 13 partners from municipalities. We have an overrepresentation in Spain with the municipality, for example, of Bilbao, also Sabadell and Getafe in Madrid. But we have also research units like in France, in Austria, and also in La Laguna, in the Canary Island, and other municipalities in Greece, and NGOs, associations in Sweden and Ireland. So as you can see, we are now in the intermediate stage, in which we are trying, my university and my team, we have the aim of collecting and analyzing and also sharing methodologies developed at local level. As you can see, we are going to see a lot of different elements. I want you to have a look, as you can see, this is where we are now. The idea is to really use the knowledge and the know-how, the savoir-faire in what we have learned in this year to apply. The idea is to really implement and to try to use all this knowledge to create tools and methodologies, and also for one of the main objectives, it is training, to train coaches, to train referees, in order to have this intercultural understanding and to know this awareness about racism and discrimination in sport. So we was in charge of conducting the survey. Our main aim is what are the needs of the municipalities, what they really need in terms of local level, so they can go on and implement their actions. So I would like to have just a little insight. I don't know if I have to go after on there, where I have to point out, I don't know, there? Sorry. Does it work? This way, okay, this direction, okay. So the first idea was kind of difficult because we were actors from different professional cultures. We are researchers, but we are also actors on the field and municipalities. So at the beginning it was difficult, and we needed to negotiate a common sense and a common knowledge of what we understand as racism and integration. And we consider a conceptual framework based on different literature, research. One of the most, I won't take a lot of time here, but I think it's important to take into consideration that racism has many forms. It's not that explicit behavior or action or insult that you can find on the field. There are other types of racism, more implicit, for example, more structural and even institutional. I can give you here some examples in the French Federation about the scandal of quotas, in which they wanted to use or to recruit players in terms of their color scheme. But also, for example, there are other phenomena, as for example, what we call in American football this racial stacking, where, depending on your position on the field, you're going to be recruited because it is supposed that physically or mentally it is also related or in correlation with your skin color, which is, of course, a very strong form of discrimination. We also wanted to overcome difference on how every partner defined integration. For example, in the French context, intercultural dialogue or interculturalism as a framework was not used, or very, very few, whereas in Spain or other countries we use it a lot. So it is very, very important to take this into consideration and try to find a common sense. To achieve this collaboration, we try to create several discussions with all partners. That's why I put it here. It's a collaborative research program in which we work together to find these common definitions, to create the survey, and to implement the survey too. And then we have more specific work discussion with research fellows in La Laguna and in Graz in Austria. And then in Terramito, so it was an ongoing survey. In terms of the conceptual framework, as I told you, we wanted to take into consideration what were the needs as public management, so what municipalities and local actors could use all the expertise. And we find that a lot of evidence talks about the difficulty for the programs and the two practitioners to have a feedback. They create a lot of projects, the beneficiaries, from the public targets, so it was very important there. Also, we focus on the feasibility of sport programs and the initiative fighting against racism and promoting social and cultural integration, and then the need of evidence for these impacts. What is the impact? What is the possible evaluation of this organization? How sport can change migrants' lives or asylum seekers' minds and bodies, and what is the impact for their integration? And also because we have new challenges in terms of new forms of migration, asylum seekers or refugees. Also the intersectional perspective, because we cannot think about integration just as belonging to a migrant background or ethnic background. We also have to consider other variables, like, for example, gender, of course, other forms of sexual identity, etc. And also new forms of racism, like, for example, online racism, that we can also find just a few years ago on the Euro 2020 for English football players, black football players that were harassed and assaulted on Twitter. So also federations and sport governing bodies need to think about, and they are ongoing, thinking about these new forms. Now I'm going to pass to the survey results. Just as I give you the framework of the survey that we conducted, with three main parts. In which consists the program specifically? So, how the sport program was developed, who take into consideration which kind of sports, which kind of activities, then to whom, so the public, the targets, the audience, and then who is organizing those activities. So we have obtained more than 300 answers, so it's a lot, and we put it into our interactive map that you are going to see now. I'm going to present to you. At the end, we have a sample of 189 actions, which is a lot, but they were very heterogeneous, very different. We're going to see a little some of the main aspects of that. What is important here, I'm going to present you the main results, but of course it's exploratory. This map is still ongoing, it's still active, so of course if you're part of, or your governing body has an activity or is carrying on an action, please do not hesitate to share with us, because the service is still going. In terms of the programs and the type of aims that we find and how these programs are defined, as you can see, almost half of the programs were multiple format. They offer sport programs, but sometimes sport was not the most important activity. They have many other things, many other activities, like awareness campaigns, workshops, and sometimes it was just 20% of the activities were training activities, for example, for sport technical on the awareness of racism and integration. Which are the narratives that we can find, how these programs are defined themselves? Most of the programs, as you can see here in this nuage de mots, in this word clouds, is that most of the programs are aimed to the first objective about social integration, skills. The word skills were really present. Social skills, language skills, professional skills. So there's always this idea to use the program not only for doing sport and to get together, but also as a way for professional integration, professional inclusion. Even, for example, those migrants and refugees, some of them are are getting into coaches or educators at the end. There are many forms of discrimination that are cited, like racism, xenophobia, Islamophobia too, Roma racism against the Gypsy in Spain. There are a lot, big community, but also sexism or Semitism. So even inclusion for handicapped people. And then we have the intercultural umbrella, and this is also important in the way. In the way that also it was the political framework that underpins these initiatives. Most of them use SDG, so Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations. So it was kind of a more international or universal framework for the system of values and integration that they wanted to take into account. And a little less about, for example, European initiatives, like, for example, the white paper on sport for the European Commission, European Union. When we're talking about the second objective, about fighting against discrimination and racism, here we have less universal or international framework, but more national. For example, in France, to fight against racism, they use their own local or more national Olympic Committee program. And this is kind of the tendency, the trend for the countries. The programs are offered in a very diverse way. Not all programs, as I told you, were physical activity and sport programs. And some of them does not even organize in leisure activities. Some of them, on the refugees and migrant actions, have a difficulty for integrating the kind of classical or traditional sport programs in leagues or in official competition because of their irregular status, which is also a problem for them. It is also rare to find programs that are offered at informal spaces. Most of them are used sport equipment or facilities, but as we'll see as in a limitation part, some programs mention those difficulties also for the access to practice sport. Because of the schedule for migrants, because sometimes they have only the last hours of the sport equipment, so they have a very long working hours, so it's difficult for them to practice sport, or also geographical limitation because it's very outside, very far from where they live. In terms of actions, you can see here for the first activity, you can the first objective. Of course, football is the most representative activity, but also some examples of a sport from migrant countries, for example, Afghan refugees that are offered with cricket, but it's not the most of the programs that we can find in Europe. Sport, sometimes, as I told you, is additional activity, not central, because also who is organizing that is going to give you the explanation. NGOs, cultural or migrant associations, they are not sports clubs or associations. And also it's interesting too, sometimes they use different forms of activities, sport activities or physical activities that aim at other actions more related to the well-being or psychological health. Like for example, in swimming, for refugees and migrants that have a very difficult migrant journey on the sea, and to fight against this trauma, they use swim activities and they learn to swim. Okay. Yeah, I can see some examples here. I will let you tell you very, very quickly about one example on Bilbao, at the north of Pays Basque, in the north of Spain, in which they use basketball. Is with the Basque Country Federation, in which they it was a program take care of your body and mind and soul, and they contribute through basketball to seek integration and improvement coexistence for the new migrants. But it was a mixed organization of activities in which we have Spanish and migrant women, specifically for women. So they also use basketball as a means of leisure and entertainment, so they have a free time after their working hours, but also to provide a physical activity, nutrition, good habits for the health, what the practice entails. So they use the basketball practice, but also workshops, healthy habits, etc., for this empowerment, health, socialization, also communication with the language skills. And also the free time, the joy of having the free time. It was interesting too because they also, for example, they have a kindergarten, because for many women, migrant women, it was very, very difficult. They are motivated to practice, but they don't have the possibility to, because they are caregivers and they couldn't have in charge of their children. If you go to the next objective about the prevention, we find mainly activities on awareness, educational campaigns, and workshops. Mainly media campaigns, informative panels on the sport equipment, and during the events they have some guidelines, a sport agenda, and even in more creative way we're going to see on comics and exhibitions. The idea is to create this awareness on the population from when they are kids, also until they have all the types of sport actors, athletes, coaches, people also from the governing bodies. And we have some examples. I wanted to have a look on that. The first one is Le Trimaran. It's a theater company that goes to the high schools and to the college, and they use the theater as to represent the roles in a situation when they have trying to aware about the racism. So, for example, something that happens on very recently on a football stadium, they create and they sing. So emotionally, they have more awareness. They know what it implies to be excluded. They know what it implies to be discriminate, and they have very good insight too. Another example that you can find here is an intercultural program from the Irish Football Federation, that they have this, it was funded with the UFA 10 points plan to fight against racism, also working with the FARE organization. And it's a big manual and very well done, because they define what is integration, they define what is racism, and also they give very practical tools. For example, when a player or a coach, they hear about insults or racism, what do we have to do? What are the sanctions to be made, and what is the protocol to do when you have this situation? According to the participants, I don't know if I am very short or I have 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Ah, okay. 10 minutes is okay. About the participants, I would like to have a look, because in terms of quantitative analysis, we have most of these programs that are mainly mixed programs, meaning that we have gender mixed men and women together. There are no differences. But it's true that some of the programs are also thinking about doing it differently, or just for women, for example, especially for Muslim women, in which they can motivate them to practice some sport, and because they want to do it in a separate way. It is interesting that, well, the priorities of the programs are more youth, male minor, migrants and refugees, so the target is very young, but mostly are young people, adolescent. And some of them, as I told you, are non-accompanied migrants. Most of the activities I tell you are mixed, but it's true that on reality, even on the paper, as well defined, because the survey, the organization has to fill the survey themselves. But after, when you go to the specific action, it is more about men, because it's also an overrepresentation of migrant men and refugees. And we have many examples of that. For example, for the minors, there is a project that's called Premece project in Spain. Minors from Maghreb, because they move from the north of Africa to the south of Spain in a very bad conditions. And some of these unaccompanied, they are minors, they are under 18. They don't have even the possibilities to enter and to get a job, because they have this irregular status. So they go to Ceuta, Melilla. There are Spanish cities inside, also in the north of Africa. They are in a very precarious and marginal situation. So this project accompanies them, they help them to find also and to avoid crime. So as you can see, it really depends on the target and the situation, because sometimes also we find other forms of programs that are more related to, for example, second generations, which is not for migrant itself, but for girls and boys that are on the disadvantaged neighborhoods, but it's not conceived as migrants or minorities. And as I told you, very few programs are just for women only, so it kind of be part of the discussion in terms of, is this also an institutional forgetting? They less participate less in sport and physical education, so there is also a difficulty for bringing them to the activities. But we have some examples, for example, Beyond Sport in Austria or Bike Bridge in Germany, where they learn the girls to bike and to how to ride a bicycle. And the bicycle is also a symbol, and it's also a means for mobility. It's also a means for integration in the city, for discovering the local space. Know that many women sometimes are, or girls, adolescents, are not on the public space. They are not present, and this is also a problem because they are not participate on the civil society. Okay, so it's also interesting to have a look at the organization itself. So who is organizing those programs and these initiatives? And here also, again, we find a huge variety of actors aiming at organizing those programs. Most of them, or the respondents, declared that both sports organization, but mainly, as you can see, social civil society bodies, meaning that there are NGOs, human rights associations, not specifically sports associations. And this is also a problem that we can see also in human resources. Another form of organization is the partnership with stakeholders, and we can find in the results that are most mixed of public and private partnership, mainly because they need funding from public, local, national, and European funding, or with private collaborations, for example, sport federations, but also sponsorship from brands and commercial companies. or even charity events and private owned resources of this organization. In terms of evaluation, which was a real critical element and point of our analysis, which can help us to also to understand and to better understand how to improve the actions that are already implemented. This is kind of the dark side, or the dark side of the moon, or the kind of the limitation that we have found here, because it is already very representative that in all the programs we have almost 180, only 20 or 30 programs has responded to this question. So it really means that there's already a problem about evaluation or the lack of evaluation. Sometimes it's for the lack of funding, support, or the evaluation itself, or this culture of evaluation. And concerning the method, as you can see here, there is no specific trend compared with the aims of the programs. It seems that the more punctual one-time evaluation are present in the two types programs, so fighting against racism and integrate through sport, rather than something that is a sport-based activity, like every week, or having a feedback from the beneficiaries, or having a feedback from the coaches, or more qualitative. And it's just one case, one of the programs, so it's very astonished. It's mentioned a full 3-stage evaluation before, during, and after. Just to finish, one of the very elements to take into consideration about the limits and difficulties, we take a lot of time also to analyze conceptually and thematically in the content of the respondent. Most programs announce lack of financial support, so this is very clear in terms of the presence of the problems. Economic constraints present in all countries, no matter what, and regardless of the types of programs. So it is something, it's a constant that was repeated all the time. Also, human resources are a difficulty. This is especially true in terms of salary and volunteer staff, and that brings us to a fragile temporary aspect of some of the programs, and thus give us jobs instability. So there is also a lack of training in diversity and intercultural competence of these trainers, that they don't know how to do with or how to manage this diversity in their teams. Also, sport equipment and material, like, for example, of material or the availability of them. And also the rigid schedules that I told you was difficult to adapt to the migrants' lives. And also this limitation for accompanying migrants that I told you before. And finally, cultural barriers, language barriers, and the misconception sometimes of sport practice barriers, especially for Muslim women. So as a conclusion, and I'm going to respect the time. Thierry looked at me and she told me, so I'm okay, sorry. Just to finish with that, and I really like to take this into consideration, is that we find a kind of a blurred definition, a blurred definition of what we consider integration. This definition sometimes is very mixed. We don't know if we are talking about integration of migrants, but it's also what kind of integration, more formal or informal integration. So there is a kind of amalgam of concepts, and this rhetoric of diversity is not sometimes very clear. For example, in Spain, sport and values, we don't know what values are talking about, but this expression that we use a lot. So also lack of details and action methods, and as I told you through my presentation, most of the initiatives are managed by NGOs, which are not sport or coming from governing bodies. So sport not central, they are workshops, guidance for settlement, healthcare, legal care, but they are not sport specialists. And few but interesting initiative from sport institution and federation. They give us intercultural guidelines for, as I told you, the Irish Federation, but also, for example, the Olympic Committee in Germany. They have created also a intercultural program, intercultural guidelines to implement at this level. Just but not least, just to want to mention our map, this interactive map. This is present on score.org. net is still going on. As you can see, you can answer to the survey in different languages, and when you click to the map, you can find specific information of every program, so it can even inspire you, or you can use it as as idea for your own program. And also, of course, if you have your program in mind, please do not hesitate to share with us. So the map is getting bigger and bigger. So it's not just for the 6 countries of the project. Of course, we have been more than 20 countries, many of them. So Azerbaijan, of course, is pleased and invited to be there. And that's all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Professora. So, the question raised by the presentation of Noemi are really important. It's of course about discrimination in sport and through sport. It's about the role of municipalities. And the question raises that why do we think that sport, while being based on strong values, remains a place where racism finds a way to develop? After the break, we will have 3 other presentations. And after those presentations, we'll have a short round table with the speakers of this morning and the president of EFPM. It is now 11:10, and we will have a 10 minutes coffee break until 20 past, followed by the opening of the Turkish-Azerbaijani Fair Play photo exhibition, and I expect you to be back in this room at 11:25. Thank you. Coffee is served in the hall.
5, 6. Res, res, res. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Res, res. Res, res, res. 1, 1, 2. Res, res, 1. Res. Res. Ha, azalttım. 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. Res, res, res. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Res, res, res, res. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Res, res. Res, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Res, res.
So, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take your seat? Maybe if I sing it will be better, but I'm a bad singer. Ding dong. We are about to start. Ding dong, ding dong. I have a bell. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are in the room and you have right to the presentations. So, we will restart now, and it is my pleasure to call to the stage Madame Geraldine Heijnen from the Royal Belgian Football Association, and she will deal with the football and the social responsibility of the Royal Belgian Football Association. Can we get the presentation on screen, please? We have a problem with the big screen. We have it on the small screens, we don't have it on the big screen. S'exciter. So, ladies and gentlemen, we can now proceed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Geraldine, for your patience. Here we go.
Okay. Still, good morning, everyone, and thank you for welcoming me in Azerbaijan. My name is Geraldine Heinen. I work for the Royal Belgian Football Association as a football and social responsibility advisor. In the past, we were corporate and social responsibility, but we work for football, so we changed, and now the division is football and social responsibility. Today, I will tell you a little bit more about the background, where we come from, and how today we end up having an action plan against racism and discrimination and other projects related to inclusion. I'm going to talk to you about our biggest message, which is the action plan called Come Together. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit what we do with the Belgian Red Cross program. And then, if we have the time, I will discuss other projects. And because I used to work for FIFA and I have positions in the UEFA Social and Sustainability Committee at UEFA, I can also talk to you about UEFA and FIFA aspects. So, first of all, we started our strategy on football and social responsibility back in 2020. That was, at that time, still very new. We were a bit pioneer in the domain, but it came from different reasons. The government of Belgium pushed us to put into actions some policies that were existing but not really implemented. There was also the biggest program on Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations being launched with targets to 2030, so we thought it was really time to act. And we had many projects all over the place, but maybe not easy to understand for the people. And we decided to have a strategy. On top of that, UEFA was also starting to push and to give funding to put our project in place. So it was the perfect moment to have a strategy. I'm going to be very brief because today we are just going to talk about the first column. But we make a big research, we make stakeholders engagement, we consultant experts, and it took really few months to put our strategy in place. But we decided to have 4 pillars. One is inclusion, the other one is ethics, the other one is health and well-being, and the other one is environment. As you know, a football federation, we are not really into the clubs. That's other organizations in charge of this. But we are in charge of the national teams. We have more than 20 national teams if you count futsal, football, women's, men, youth, all abilities, disabled people. So we are in charge of making sure we have a social responsibility when they play. We are also in charge when we organize events. This summer we organized the Women's Euro U19 in Belgium. That's RBFA in charge. And of course, we are an organization, a non-profit organization, so anything is happening inside the HQ, the technical center, it's also on us. So that's where you can see 3 different levels, inside RBFA competitions and outside, because we want to give back to society. You will see that the players, famous players, also want to give back to society, so we've tried to come with projects related to that. That's on another format. Maybe you will receive the presentation after, so you can go deeper into the strategy of the RBFA. But you can see that we took into consideration the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, and we also measure the impact. So if you go to the inclusions, it's only one number. We have more, but of course I made a summary for today. The people, external stakeholders and internal stakeholders, so the referees, the players, the coach, the board, like everybody, they consider that we have an impact. 75% thinks that we have an impact on inclusion. So we are very optimistic. As you can see, in terms of environment, health and well-being, and ethics, we're still behind, so we still need to work on this. But inclusion, we are doing well. And how? I'm going to present you the Come Together Action Plan, which is an action plan against racism and discrimination. So first of all, when there is an action plan, we want to make it visible. We want everybody to understand quickly what it is about. So we had to create a logo. This is our logo. And the logo, the plan was to make a message. And the message is, let's talk together, let's play together, let's work together, let's manage together, let's stand together. Say all genders, all abilities, all religions. So the logo is really about we are all on the same projects and we are together. So the action plan of these big projects has 5 pillars. The first one is to listen. The second one is to represent. The third one is to train. The fourth one is to measure. And the fifth one is to communicate. I will go into more details into the next slides. But about listening, we want to reach out and engage. It's not that easy. Belgium is a small country, but we have thousands and thousands of kids playing. As I mentioned, we have a lot of different national teams, a lot of coaches, referees. So very hard if we have a message, a project that everybody knows about it. Representation, we want everybody to be involved in this action plan. That's why we created a diversity board, created from independent members, a very diverse board. We realize sometimes, if you look at the picture of the Belgian Red Flames, or women's national teams, it's very clear that we are not that much diverse. You will see a lot of white women, and in Belgium, the population, that's not that. We are a very, very diverse population, and now we want to make sure everybody is involved, and in the future, we want to see this picture more diverse as well. We also created a youth council. We want to give them a voice. We want the youth we want to listen to them, and thanks to them, we want to take actions. Training, we created a workshop about racism and discrimination that we populate everywhere in Belgium, again, for referees, for the Red Devils received that workshop, but also an amateur club, so everybody received this workshop. It's about creating awareness around the topic. We measure, as many of you know, and we have universities and researchers in the room. To measure, it's very difficult. Few years ago, we had no case of discrimination. Why? Because we were not measuring it. There was no reporting tool to do it. Now we have a reporting tool, and now that we have it, we have to measure, and we have to be able to communicate numbers with you. And that's the fifth topic, to communicate. We have a lot of campaigns. You can check on internet. Unfortunately, the video was not possible to put today. But we have a campaign, a shocking campaign about a kid being tattooed. So the video at the beginning, it's just someone receiving a tattoo. But we want to give a signal that when a kid is discriminated, it stays forever, and the tattoo actually was like a homophobia word or a racist word, and you should go on internet and check this campaign, because we want to shock, because we want people to know that we work on this. So this is the reporting tool. So everywhere, as I mentioned again, from amateur to professional football, everywhere where you see the logo, that's a place where you can signal and report if if you are a witness or victim of discrimination. It's not only racism, it's all kinds of discrimination, sexism, homophobia, in English, I don't know if it's a good word, grossophobia for obese or overweight people. So all kinds of discrimination. And RBFA commits to make a follow-up. And I will show you after that how we follow up with the reporting. So here it's like a one-page summary of, as you see, the report. So we had more than almost 600 reports on discrimination. It's better than 0 compared to a few years ago, but we expect more than thousands in the future. When people will know about this tool, of course, this will increase. We have a prosecution service of the RBFA, so when it's not dangerous for the person, we treat the files. But when it's becoming very important and that the police, as example, or the judge has to be involved, we also have a national chamber against racism and discrimination. We take some decisions. It can be fines from the clubs. It can be alternative measures, as we call it, because we realize that a club that is very rich don't really care about paying a fine. We are not sure that they will act against the person who commits a discrimination. So alternative measures, one of them is to attend this Come Together workshop to really create awareness. We know that we still need to improve, but we are doing very well, and we are in contact with different organizations in Belgium, all expert in one kind of discrimination, so we can very quickly direct and they help us. Other projects that we have, I think someone mentioned it in a previous presentation. Sometimes we don't, if you talk to sport federation, you know, as an example, in a men's football, it looks like there is no homosexual players. Which is not true. We understand that maybe they don't dare to say it out loud, but us, we want to tell them that if one of them is, we are welcoming all kinds of people with all, as I mentioned, all genders. So this is why we go walking to the gay pride in Belgium. This is a very strong message because it shows that we are supporting the community. And we organized conference, and the last one was about the former players, French players, Wissem Belgassem, that maybe you know, who is actually homosexual, but who didn't dare to say it when he was a player. Now he does, and he came, and it was a very emotional. It was a very emotional moment, and we understand that a national federation has a role to play in that regard. This is one of the campaigns that we have. You recognize him maybe, Romelu Lukaku. We try to have famous players be involved, and they are. It's not just because we ask them, they really are into it. As you know, he's victim of racism almost every week, so he's a very powerful ambassador. We want to make sure the message is sent and that we have zero tolerance for racism. That's unfortunately the campaign I don't have, but I invite you to check on internet. Now I'm going to talk to you about another project. This project is the project that we give back to society. We are sometimes too much in our games, in our professional football, in the national teams, in the club system, but many kids, unprivileged kids, don't have access to club. They cannot register, sometimes because they have a refugee status and it's very complicated in terms of administration, or simply because it's too expensive or not possible that anyone can drive them to the clubs. So we want to create Belgian red courts, small courts that are everywhere in Belgium, and we are going to create a Belgian Red Cross program and a Belgian Red Cross Cup. It can be, the cup will be for kids for all abilities, maybe like elder people more than 60 years old, refugees. We really invite all the entire populations. And we work very close with the nearby clubs, with the city, with the organization, to put our program in place. This is how we try to have a local social impact. Here you can see it's an inauguration, so we are at the moment at the inauguration stage, because to build the pitch, we have the ambition to build 40 pitches everywhere in Belgium, and today we reach already 10, but we would like to do more, of course. And as you can see, each time we have an ambassador. As I mentioned, they want to give back to society. They want to be the ambassadors. And when they will participate to the Belgian Red Courts Cup, here the team from this city will be the Jan Vertonghen team, playing against the Romelu Lukaku teams. It's a way to be very inclusive. Here we also, of course, promote men and women. So this is Davina Felchens from the women's national teams. And this is a very short video to show you how we can reach a place that we would never reach if we were not doing these projects. So to be continued, but this is the beginning, and we are very proud of this project. Other projects, as I mentioned earlier, we started our strategy in 2020. We were, at that time, in the world of football federations, a little bit pioneer, and we received this year an award from UEFA for all our actions related to human rights. I hope, look at you, the video can work. No. If we don't have it, I can explain. So in the meantime, I will explain what is in this video. That's all the other projects that we do and where we really want to develop. It's a refugee program. It's also walking football. So as I explained earlier, it's football for people who are older and cannot really run anymore. And the only rules of this game is to actually not run. It's walking football, and it's getting very popular. In the video, you are also going to see, if you see it, no, yeah, let's see, all abilities team that we cover, and some are very representative. The amputee teams, maybe you already saw some images. We called them the Red Flamingo. But we also have the blind devils. We also have cerebral palsy football. We also have a partnership with Special Olympics for kids with a mental disability. And we have also deaf football. Also, a way to be very inclusive, it's they are all Red Devils. So they all wear the official national shirt of the national teams. And we know that it makes them very proud. And the refugee team, we gave them the opportunity to give a name to their team, and they decided to be called the International Devils, but still playing with the Belgian jersey, and it's very important for them. I'm not going to mention the child safeguarding, even if it's very important. It's more like on the ethics column. But I would like to point out that one of the next things that we will really work on is online abuse, online hate speech. This is something that today we are not really experts and really being in charge. Of course, we can delete with, if we see some public comments, but we really want to go deep and to train the players, to tell them how they can tackle online abuse. But not only them, of course, also the young people, because there is a lot of harassment, and the world of football is also part of this, unfortunately. We also have a national strategy on accessibility. So again, I've mentioned inside RBFA events and outside. We want our website to be accessible. We want anybody being able to buy tickets. It may seem, if we are not disabled, it seems easy to click and to see, okay, I want this ticket. But we know that actually for 10% of the population with different kind of disability, it is not easy, and that we must really, really improve our website, our social media, with the picture to explain what is the picture about. There is a long, long way on that topic as well. This is a little bit the last things of a strategy, is to share and to invite for dialogue. To share, of course, is through video, through report, through strategy. So I invite you to go on the website and to go and check. But we also organize a lot of conference, workshop. The one on the left is a panel discussion with victims. The person that you see in orange is a gay person that was a victim of homophobia. The other one was about sexism, and I don't remember the third one, but yeah, on the right it was racism. Because we take measures against the person who acted, but today we don't really take care of the victims. They report it, we know, and so what do we do for them? Because sometimes mentally, psychologically, it's very hard, and we want to be there for them. So one of the main things, first things that we do is to hear them, to listen to them, but the next thing is to work with them. The slide in the middle is about a child safeguarding, and we had a person who was victim of abuse. So we are not shy. We want people to dare to speak out loud and to explain what is the issue within national associations on the sport, because we want to see how we can tackle it. Outrage Toolkit, it's a UEFA tool that is available for free on internet. It's very, very amazing. It's like short videos, 15 minutes, and they created educational tool around this. And it's about racism, online abuse, disability, refugees, sexism, and homophobia. So we use it. Each time we can use it, we do. In schools also, but also in clubs, or sometimes as an introduction for our conference. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to go a little bit faster for this part because I think we need to, yeah, too short. Just to say, we are FSR, but we hope that one day we will, this division will disappear because we want to integrate FSR everywhere in the federation. So that's, we don't even mention CSR as a concept anymore. We consider it as a part of the whole value chain. And we created this new logo because we care. And it's really anything related to people and environment. Each time you will see this logo, you know RBFA is there and they want to tackle issues on that concept. So maybe I will finish here. The RBFA wants to be a front runner in ESG. It's a little bit the new way to talk from CSR, from we give back to society to CSR, now it's ESG, because we care about people, because we care about environment, and because we care about governing on sport in a transparent and fair manner. It is part now, it is a pillar of the RBFA strategy. So in the past it was not. Now we want to win. We want to be good and reliable services, international and innovative growth, and because we care with all the topics that you see here. I will skip this part, but again, I hope you will receive this presentation. I was explaining here how we measure during our events, because okay, you do an event, what can you do for inclusion? How do you measure it? Are you good or not? UEFA is putting a really good system in place with a lot of things to check. It's like an Excel document, and then we can measure that for youth events, they were expecting 20%, so level 1, and we reached almost 60%, so we are very happy, and especially for the social aspect, we were very good. So it's good, but it's still a long way. We are never satisfied, and I think in the future you can see that Champions League, Euro, there will be some measurements about inclusions, and I think it helps organizers to know where they can improve. Accessibility, campaign against discrimination, reporting tool, it's like a very global message. And that's what you can see, what we did with the Women's Euro U19, all the actions that we had, because this tool helped us to measure and to identify what they did well. We had an audio description, very diverse team. We had a refugee program. That's also a very good program that we are very proud. Now our volunteers, people with a refugee status, are volunteers for our games. And again, we have the feeling it's a very good inclusive program because they are very proud to be part of the Belgian family and the Belgian community. You don't see the video, but you can see some image of our red flamingo. That's our national teams. And we organize events where we mixed everybody, and that was a side event of the Women's Euro U19. So we use the events to send message. We also had weakness that we also have to identify. Again, we don't want to hide anything. It's not normal that people with a wheelchair have to stay there, and they are so far from the game. That's something, it's not our national stadium, it's another one for the Women's Euro, but at least we know what we can improve. Yeah, I will not tell you all the things we do. And yeah, doing good is good for business. That's now what we have in mind. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Geraldine. So you see, the Belgian football is not only good on the field, they are doing other things. And I'm very proud about Geraldine because she was my student a few years ago, and she's now leading such a big program. I would like now to give the floor to Mrs. Jamila Ismailzada. She's the head of the international office at the Azerbaijan State Academy of Physical Education and Sport. Madam, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you here. It's a great honor for me to, as a representative on Azerbaijan State Academy of Physical Education and Sport, to be here. It was really nice to see, to listen to the presentations of the experts. It's really for us enriching experience to know about the international experience, how the issues and such important issues as racism, inclusion is tackled in Belgium and in France. And I'm sure we have our lessons learned, and we will use it in our practice. My speech is more concentrated on theoretical part of the issue, and I will try just to show what kind of discrimination we face in this context of sport and what are the key aspects we should know about. I would like to speak about systematic racism. According to the claims, institutional racism that exists within sports organizations affect hiring practices, leadership positions, and opportunities for athletes of various backgrounds. The lack of diversity amongst the coaches, administrators, and executives in different sports-related structures can contribute to prevailing racial inequalities. And as a media coverage, for example, it's one of the important pillars of society. The media has the power to shape the public perceptions of athletes, and there have been the cases where individuals from minority backgrounds have been target of unfair and insensitive reporting. It can further strengthen the stereotypes and reinforce the existing prejudices. And as a branch of the media, the newly established social media is also very important, that racism online targets athletes and athletes more frequently as a result of social media's growth. And calls for more restrictions to combat online hate speech have arisen as a result of racialized harassment and abuse on virtual platforms. Another form of the racism is the player experience. Racist prejudice is unfortunately still a common occurrence for athletes of various backgrounds, from supporters to fellow competitors. Slurs, insulting remarks, and racist chanting can all fall under this category and have a serious impact on the mental and physical, emotional health of the sports people. Fan behavior is another important aspect. Racist incidents have happened in a number of sport events, and stadium security and harsher penalties are designed to prevent it, but it's still there, and it's really very hard to prevent. Besides racism, we have also gender inclusion problems with the people with disabilities, where the participation rates for the people with the disabilities are significantly lower than general population. Religious vilifications are also another category in these issues. But how can we overcome the racism in sports? Well, what are the tools and general theoretical tools we can do? I think everything starts with education and awareness to develop cultural sensitivity and increase the knowledge of the negative impacts of racism. Educational programs should be implemented at all levels of sports. It's including schools, youth programs, and professional level. It could be trainings of officials, coaches, sports people, administrative personnel. They should receive proper training on the perception of anti-racism, and also how to tackle, how to resolve the results. And also we should concentrate on anti-racism initiatives to fight racism on many many fronts. We need sport organizations to conduct anti-racism campaigns and educational efforts. Inclusive and anti-racist policies and their enforcement. At international level, we see that there are really very nice regulations and rules that address inclusiveness and anti-racism. However, at the national and local level, it's really hard to monitor, and it's really hard to implement. And I think we need really very strict national and maybe local improvement. As we have seen that in the municipality level in Spain and France, such nice projects are done, and it gives us the hope that we can implement the rules at the local level as well. Activism and advocacy, it's really very important. We have seen that athletes and sports celebrities can speak strongly against, and they do against racism, and promote fair and inclusive play. Such practice in recent years has indeed raised awareness and generated a lot of discussions in public spaces, especially in social media. Another option could be sponsorship and endorsements. Athletes from diverse backgrounds should be supported through sponsorship and endorsement opportunities. If the gap in these overcome, it can also help address economic disparities and provide equal opportunities for sports people. And media has, of course, again, the big role, and media outlets in general and journalists in particular should be encouraged to prevent the reinforcement and prejudices and stereotypes in publicly held for responsible, fair, impartial, and courteous coverage. Diverse leadership, community involvement, and collaboration are, of course, very important. If we don't have, in the management level, diversity, if we don't have different people in the management, then we cannot speak about the diversity at the implementation level. I would like to speak some international practices, but we have already seen a lot of nice examples, but still I would like to speak about the FIFA Say No to Racism campaign. The most global sports organization after the International Olympic Committee, FIFA has established Say No to Racism campaign, which is promoted globally in football events. This initiative includes educational programs, anti-discrimination monitoring system, and sanctions for discriminatory behavior. FIFA emphasizes a zero-tolerance approach to racism in football. Another interesting campaign was the UEFA's Equal Game campaign. The European Football Association has implemented initiatives such as Equal Game campaign, and it pushes diversity, inclusion, and accessibility in European football. Every year, UEFA draws on revenue from the European Championship to allocate 100,000 euros to each of its 55 members associations for investment in social responsibility programs. This money is invested for creating equal opportunities for marginalized communities, such as refugees, people with disabilities or mental health problems, addicts, ethnic, economic, religious, sexual minorities, as well as prisoners, fans, and orphans. Another interesting, very interesting campaign was the Show Racism the Red Card. It's UK's leading anti-racism educational charity. It was established in 1996. It's very interesting that Shaka Hislop, a famous UK British football player, he was in a tank station. He was approached by a group of people, and he faced some racial accusations. And after that, the young people came closer and they recognized that they are facing a very famous football player. They started to ask him for autograph. So at this point, Shaka realized that he could use his public image and he could use his power to shape the public opinion. And to this day, the Show Racism to the Red Card action continues to utilize high-profile status of football and football players, and they help tackle racism in society and has also expanded into the other sports. And the majority of the campaign's works involves delivery of educational workshops to young people and adults in schools, workplaces, and even at the events in football stadiums. There are, of course, some other, I don't want to touch the gender aspect of the issue, but it was also another very important campaign in the social media, Her Game Too, initiated by female football fans to address sexism, racism, and other forms of discrimination in football. Yes, now I would like to talk about what's the role of higher education institutions in the tackling of the racism and speak about our small experience in that field. What we can do as an educational institution, we can develop, curriculum integration is very important. We can create anti-racist initiatives and discussions, and we can include these important aspects into our academic disciplines. This can support interdisciplinary efforts to fight discrimination and assist students from a variety of fields in understanding the larger social ramifications. In this context, I would like to speak about one initiative we just started. Actually, we launched this year a new program. It's named Adaptive Physical Education, and it aims to educate coaches to train individuals who have disabilities. This program was developed from the idea that after implementation of inclusiveness, we realized that especially children included in inclusive groups don't get proper treatment even in sport activities. That's why we designed the program for the people who in the future coaches who will work with the people with disabilities, and we have designed a program where they will get a special mental and physical preparation to be able to work with a special group of people. Diversity and inclusion initiatives are really very important. Apart from the curricular activities, we need also to implement extracurricular activities where we can connect within the university's own life or all the stakeholders together. And in this context, I can speak about one event we will host soon. It's international summer school and winter. We will start with the winter school and we will go with the summer school, where we invite sports people from different countries, and we give our students, future coaches, a possibility to have this diverse atmosphere within the country, not without going outside of the country. Research and policy recommendation is very important. Research findings can be used to shape relevant policies on combating racism in sports. Universities, of course, can contribute to evidence-based policy recommendations. One more case from ASAPES. We are launching a new research project on the capacity building of the sport managers in Azerbaijan. And one of the questions within this project is to find out on how sport managers address the sensitive issues such as gender, race, and social background. And according to the results of this research, according to the findings, we will make policy recommendations for the sport organizations. Leadership development, mentorship, and psychological support is also very important, where we can offer leadership development programs that focus on creating diverse and inclusive sports industry. Public awareness campaign, as we talked before, it's very important, and collaboration and synergy with all the stakeholders. As an academy, we have chance to cooperate with all the sport. We have the students, we have the parents, we have the sports organizations, sport federations, so we have to use this network and we use to expand our goals. I would like to speak also about Azerbaijan's role in the overcoming, the importance of the Azerbaijani culture in overcoming racism, how we tackle it. In general, Azerbaijan is a multicultural, multi-ethnic country, and located on the crossroads of the east, west, north, and south. So it's predominantly Muslim society, but we have also Jewish people, we have also people with different religions. And for a long time, Azerbaijani people have been foreseen for multiculturalism and tolerance. It's very key elements for our national identity. And Azerbaijan is one of the few places where Jews, and especially Muslims and Shia Muslims, live together in a peace. And we don't have historical record of racism in Azerbaijan. We don't have, including slave trade, racial discrimination. Instead, the ethnic Azerbaijanis themselves could be subject to various xenophobic and discriminatory practices in some countries. That's why this very subject is very important for us, and maybe fighting racism and promoting inclusiveness and tolerance for our own national identity is very important. As a multi-ethnic and multi-confessional relationship formed in Azerbaijan, we always welcomed foreign people in the country. In the contemporary history of Azerbaijan, there were two important waves of immigration where we received really a lot of foreigners. The first wave was beginning of the 20th century, related to the oil boom. We welcomed a lot of expats coming and working in Azerbaijan. Second wave started after gaining our independence in the 90s. It was also related to the petroleum industry. Now we are observing another new wave of the immigration, or new wave of the relocation. It's related to the internationalization of the jobs and education. We can see that in higher education area, a lot of the number of the international students is growing, and we have also in the academia, we have also international teachers who are contributing to the transfer of the knowledge. And the same trend is also taking place at the high school level. From my own experience, I can tell you that my son is visiting an international school, and in his school, he has teachers from around the globe. He has teachers with different skin colors, religions, and social backgrounds. And I'm sure that children growing from that atmosphere will become more aware and more tolerated adults. And as mentioned before, but we always welcome the newcomers in a positive way. We can also see here some experiences that we have different Azerbaijani national teams competing in regional and global sporting events. We have also nationalized athletes competing in the name of Azerbaijan. And here we have, here we have the national, very famous Karabakh football team, where they have really international team. And you already mentioned that the Gurban Gurbanov was also promoted for his fair play approach. So I think it's really very important that in our country the racism was not an issue that we faced or that we really researched. But I think still with the changes in the society, with the change globally, we need to tackle the issue, we need to do more research on this issue. Recently at our academy we are renewing our current programs, our current education standards, and coaching is one of the areas where we want to put a lot of emphasis. And I think we will include the fair play education in these very new standards, where our coaches will be able to tackle this issue at home and internationally. I think that's the end. Thank you very much. And I would like to say my gratitude to the Azerbaijan Fair Play Commission and Ministry of Youth and Sports for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamila, for your presentation. And last but not least, for this morning, I would like to welcome on the stage Mr. Mehman Karimov, who is the head of International Programs Department of the National Olympic Committee of the Republic of Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much. Əziz və hörmətli konqres iştirakçıları, möhtərəm qonaqlar, rəsmilər, mən də öz adımdan təbii ki, hamınızı salamlayıram və bu konqresin təşkilatçılarına xüsusi təşəkkürümü bildirirəm ki, bugün bu çox vacib, yəni həmi dünya idmanı üçün, həmi Azərbaycan idmanı üçün vacib olan belə bir vacib konqresdə bizə də imkan yaradıblar bu təqdimatı sizlərə göstərmək üçün. Deməli, mənim bugünkü təqdimatım gördüyünüz kimi Olimpiya hərəkatında irqi ayrı seçkiliklə mübarizəyə həsr olunubdur. Ümumiyyətlə, Olimpiya hərəkatında irqi ayrı seçkilik mövzusunda danışanda Olimpiya oyunlarında ən səs-küylü, qalmaqallı hadisələrdən birini xatırlamamaq mümkün deyil və əminəm ki, bugün burada iştirak edən həm xarici qonaqlar, həm də yerli iştirakçılar bu hadisənin, necə deyərlər, şahidi olmasalar da, amma onu o haqda eşidiblər. Söhbət 1968-ci ildə Meksika yay olimpiya oyunlarında baş verən hadisədən gedir və deməli bu oyunlar zamanı Tommy Smith və John Carlos ABŞ-da, Amerika Birləşmiş Ştatlarında baş verən irqi ayrı-seçkilik və sosial ədalətsizliyə qarşı deməli öz etiraz aksiyalarını bax belə ifadə edirlər və məhz bundan sonra onların bu mübarizə aksiyası, bu davranışı uzun illər irqi ayrı-seçkiliklə mübarizənin simvoluna çevrilir. ...1968-ci il və 2023-cü il aradan 55 il vaxt keçir. 55 il, yəqin ki, razılaşırsınız ki, kifayət qədər uzun bir müddətdir və gəlin baxaq görək ki, bu 55 ildə nə dəyişib? Yəni, söhbət əgər irqi ayrı-seçkilikdən və sosial ədalətsizlikdən gedirsə, baxaq görək nələr baş verib. Ümumiyyətlə, təbii ki, razılaşarsınız ki, bir çox dəyişikliklər baş verib. Yəni, bu danılmaz bir faktdır. Bu dəyişikliklərin içində gördüyünüz kimi futbol sahəsində, çünki məhz bu o idman növlərindən biridir ki, burada adətən təkcə irqi yox, dini və digər ayrı-seçkilik növləri, diskriminasiya növləri kifayət qədər geniş vüsət alıb. Amma bu 55 ildə əvvəllər olmayan müəyyən bir mübarizə aksiyalarına, müəyyən bir davranışlara yol verilir və bunlardan da biri gördüyünüz kimi məhz futbol üzrə qadınlar arası Avro 2022-nin finalında deməli qadın futbolçuların məhz bu irqi ayrı-seçkiliklə mübarizəyə dəstək olaraq belə bir diz çökmə aksiyasına qoşulması olubdur. Artıq buna rəsmi icazə verilir və bu diz çökmə aksiyası yəqin ki, bir çoxlarınız yaxşı bilirsiniz ki, təkcə qadınlar arasında yox, kişi futbolunda da istifadə olunur. Digər bir nümunə təkcə Avro 2022 yox, eyni zamanda da Dünya Kuboku, daha doğrusu Avro 2020 yox, məhz kişilər arasında Dünya Kuboku 22-nin yarışlarında da geniş istifadə olunur. Gördüyünüz kadrlarda deməli İngiltərə və Almaniya futbolçuları, amma təkcə bu ölkələr deyil, digər Avropa ölkələrinin də futbol klubları məhz diz çökmə aksiyası ilə irqi ayrı-seçkiliyə və sosial ədalətsizliyə öz dəstəklərini nümayiş etdirirlər və ictimaiyyətə belə bir mesaj verirlər. Gördüyünüz kadrlarda deməli, Almaniya və İngiltərə futbol klublarının xüsusilə gənclərə yönəlmiş mesajı da cəmiyyətdə inklusivliyin bərqərar olmasına aid idi. Və təbii ki, Olimpiya hərəkatından danışırıqsa, Olimpiya hərəkatında da bu son 55 ildə böyük hadisələr baş verib, əlamətdar hadisələr baş verib və bu hadisələrdən ən vacibi deməli, beynəlxalq Olimpiya hərəkatının həm idarə olunmasında, oyunların keçirilməsində, bütün səviyyələrdə ümumiyyətlə atletlərdən, yəni idmançıların səsinin eşidilməsi, idmançıların fikrinin öyrənilməsi ilə bağlıdır. Ona görə mən xüsusilə qeyd eləmək istəyirəm ki, məhz deməli, bu illər ərzində, xüsusilə son bir neçə ildə keçirilmiş araşdırmalar nəticəsində məhz Atletlər Komissiyasının təkliflərini nəzərə alaraq, hansı ki, bu araşdırma 2020-ci ildə keçirilibdir, 185 müxtəlif ölkədən 3500-dən artıq idmançı və 41 Olimpiya İdman Qurumu arasında keçirilən araşdırma sorğu nəticəsində Atletlər Komissiyasının təklifinə uyğun olaraq Beynəlxalq Olimpiya Komitəsi öz qərarında mühüm bir dəyişiklik eləyib. O qərarı, məncə, buradakıların bir çoxu çox yaxşı bilir. Çox ciddi Olimpiya oyunlarını və Olimpiya hərəkatını nizamlayan xüsusi bir Rule 50 deyilən, yəni ki, 50-ci qaydaya olan dəyişiklikdir. Və bu dəyişikliyə görə artıq idmançılara Olimpiya oyunları zamanı Atletlər kəndində və Atletlər kəndindən kənarda idman obyektlərində öz fikirlərini sərbəst qaydada ifadə eləməyə icazə verilir. Hansı ki, bundan öncəki illərdə, yəni bu mümkün deyildi. Və digər mühüm məsələlərdən biri son təxminən 10 ildə Beynəlxalq Olimpiya Komitəsinin Save Sportla bağlı olan böyük işləri ilə əlaqədardır və burada da artıq bir sıra təkcə irqi ayrı-seçkilik yox, zorakılıq, violence, bullying deyilən, homofobiya deyilən müxtəlif terminologiyalardan istifadə olundu ki, bax, Save Sport xətti ilə də Save Sport çərçivəsində Beynəlxalq Olimpiya Komitəsi məhz bu məsələlərlə öz ciddi mübarizəsini aparmağa çalışır. Aydın məsələdir ki, bütün idmançılar təhlükəsiz idman hüququna malikdir. Təhlükəsiz idman dedikdə ədalətli, bərabərliyin təmin edən və bütün formalarda qısnama və zorakılıqdan azad idman nəzərdə tutulur. Ona görə bu sahədə Beynəlxalq Olimpiya Komitəsi son illər çox mühüm işlər görməkdədir və ümid edirik ki, bu işlər davam etdiriləcək. Məhz Save Sport çərçivəsində olan işlərdən biri də Atlet 365 deyilən deməli bir elektron portalın yaradılmasıdır. 2018-ci ildən bu portal işə düşdü və 6 dildə fəaliyyət göstərən bu portalın vasitəsilə artıq istənilən bir idmançı, nəinki idmançı, idman prosesinin əsas iştirakçılarından olan məşqçilər və digər tərəfdaşlar, əgər onlara qarşı hansısa bir ayrı-seçkilik, ədalətsizlik baş verərsə, nəinki milli səviyyədə, eyni zamanda beynəlxalq səviyyədə bax, bu portalın vasitəsilə öz fikirlərini bölüşə bilərlər, buna dair konsultasiya ala bilərlər. Amma bu 55 ildə görülən çox gözəl işlərdir. Amma qəbul eləyək ki, bu işlərin fonunda heç də xoşa gəlməyən və bu işlərə müəyyən mənada aparılan islahatlara, mühüm işlərə kölgə sala bilən digər hadisələr də baş verir. Ona görə mən növbəti hadisələri sizlərə təqdim eləməkdə o ölkələri qınamaq fikrində deyiləm. Sadəcə olaraq sizin diqqətinizə çatdırmaq istəyirəm ki, baxın, görün, son 55 ildə görülən bütün bu işlərin içində aparılan bütün aksiyaların, maarifləndirmə işlərinin fonunda belə bir çox ölkələrdə xoşa gəlməyən yenə də bu hadisələr baş verir. Gördüyünüz qrafikdən, üzr istəyirəm, gördüyünüz qrafikdən baxırsınızsa, bu dünyanın həm idman, həm digər sahələrdə inkişaf eləmiş ən aparıcı dövlətlərindən biri ABŞ-a aiddir və əgər baxırsınızsa ki, deməli, irqi ayrı-seçkilik sahəsində statistika 2014-cü ildən 2018-ci ilə qədər necə dəyişibdir. Görürsünüzsə, yəni aydın görünür ki, bu inkişaf dinamikası ilə davam etməkdədir. Digər bir olimpiya hərəkatını son zamanlar sarsıdan, amma bundan öncə çox böyük fəxrlə bütün ölkələrə nümunə kimi çəkilən bir hadisə ilə bağlıdır. Əgər xatırlayırsınızsa, 2016-cı il Rio Olimpiya oyunlarında ümumiyyətlə bu qadınlar və müsəlman dini ayrı-seçkilik sahəsində, zəmində baş verən ən mühüm hadisələrdən biri İbtihac Muhammedin ABŞ milli komandasının tərkibində hicabla oyuna çıxması ilə əlaqədar idi. Bax, bu hadisə ümumiyyətlə Rio 2016-cı Olimpiya oyunlarının ən bariz nümunələrindən biri idi. Bu sahədə aparılan işlərin bariz nümunəsi kimi. Amma indi nə baş verir? 2023-cü ildə baxmayaraq ki, Beynəlxalq Olimpiya Komitəsi qərar çıxardı ki, Paris 2024-cü il yay olimpiya oyunlarında qadınların hicabla iştirakına, yəni idmançıların hicabla iştirakına icazə verilir. Ondan bir neçə gün sonra isə Fransada İdman Nazirinin qərarı ilə onların milli komandasının üzvlərinə hicabdan istifadə eləməyə icazə verilmir. Baxırsınız ki, bax, məhz Fransada o ölkələrdən biridir ki, demokratiyanın beşiyi sayılır və eyni zamanda bu da məlum bir faktlardan biridir ki, ümumiyyətlə Avropada milli səviyyədə keçirilən yarışlarda hicabla icazəyə verilməyən ən aparıcı ölkələrdən biridir ki, bax, dediyim kimi, görülən bu işlərə müəyyən mənada kölgə salır. Bayaq qeyd elədiyim Muhammed xanım Rio Olimpiya oyunlarından bu xanımdır və Parisdə təəssüflər olsun ki, hələ də hicabdan istifadəyə görə bu qanun qüvvədədir və ümid eləyək ki, oyunlara yaxın bu qərar dəyişər. Bunlar nə deməkdir? Bunların hamısı bizi və dünya ictimaiyyətini, idman ictimaiyyətini ona məcbur edir ki, hələ də görüləsi işlər çoxdur. Əgər söhbət irqi, dini və bütün növ ayrı-seçkiliklərdən gedirsə, bu sahədə görüləcək işlərə böyük ehtiyac var. Müasir Olimpiya oyunlarının yaradıcısı Pierre de Coubertin qeyd edib ki, əgər biz fərqli irqləri bir-birindən ayıran qərəzli halları aradan qaldırmayana qədər sülhə nail ola bilməyəcəyik. Amma bu məqsədə çatmaq üçün, yəni millətlər arasında, irqlər arasında sülhə nail olmaqdan ötürü bütün ölkələrin gənclərinin əzələ gücü və çeviklik sınaqları üçün vaxtaşırı bir araya gətirməkdən daha yaxşı vasitə ola bilməz. Və təbii ki, söhbət olimpiya oyunlarından gedir. Və olimpiya oyunları dediyimiz məhz bu ayrı-seçkiliklərin, müəyyən zorakılıqların, sosial ədalətsizliyin aradan qaldırılması üçün ən gözəl vasitələrdən biridir. Thomas Bach öz çıxışlarından birində çox gözəl qeyd etmişdi ki, cəmiyyət həmişəkindən daha tez dəyişir. Və artıq hamımız bilirik ki, dünyada müxtəlif hadisələr, konfliktlər baş verir. Və bu hadisələr təbii ki, ürək açmayan hadisələrdir və mütləq həmin xalqlar, ölkələr, irqlər arasında ayrı-seçkiliyə gətirib çıxardırlar. Məhz əgər istəyiriksə ki, olimpizmin dəyərlərimizi mükəmməllik, hörmət, dostluq, dialoq, müxtəliflik, ayrı-seçkiliyə yol verməmək, ədalətli oyunlar, tolerantlıq və bu kimi sülh, bu kimi dəyərləri qorumaq istəyiriksə, təbliğ etmək istəyiriksə, məhz zamanıdır ki, bu dəyişiklikləri eləyək. Amma bu dəyişikliklərə necə nail olmaq olar? Artıq məndən öncəki bir sıra iştirakçılar qeyd elədilər ki, bu ancaq bunun yolu maarifləndirmədən, bunun yolu təhsildən keçir. Və ona görə də biz Milli Olimpiya Komitəsi olaraq Azərbaycanda bu sahəyə son illər daha çox önəm veririk və Beynəlxalq Olimpiya Komitəsinin tövsiyələrini və təlimatlarına uyğun olaraq OVEP deyilən xüsusi bir proqram var, Olympic Values Education Program. Ondan istifadə edərək çalışırıq ki, nəinki yetişmiş idmançılar arasında, nəinki gələcəkdə, daha doğrusu məşqçilər arasında, amma hələ erkən yaşlarından idmançıların bu sahədə olan bilik və məlumatlıqlarını artıra bilək. Məndən öncəki çıxışçılardan biri, Olimpiya Komitəsinin daha doğrusu baş katibi çıxışında qeyd elədi ki, Bakı artıq 2015-ci ildən ən böyük idman tədbirlərinə ev sahibliyi eləyib. Amma bu tədbirlər içərisində təbii ki, burada gördüyünüz Bakı 2019 Avropa Gənclər Olimpiya Festivalından öncə Bakı 2015 Avropa oyunları, 4-cü İslam həmrəylik oyunları olsa da, amma məhz Bakı 2019 Avropa Gənclər Festivalının xüsusi önəmi olmuşdu. Niyə? Çünki məhz burada iştirak edən əsas idmançılar, 4000-ə yaxın olan idmançılar 14-18 yaş arasındaydı. Buna görə Milli Olimpiya Komitəsi olaraq biz belə qərara gəldik ki, məhz onlar arasında olimpizmin, olimpiya dəyərlərinin təbliğini təşviq etmək üçün, təşkil etmək üçün xüsusi bir proqrama start verək və bu proqramın adı OSEP deyilən, Olympic Culture and Education Program deyilən bir proqramdır. Məhz bu proqramın tərkibində biz olimpiya dəyərləri və bugünkü konqresin əsas mövzularından olan ayrı seçkilik, sosial ədalətsizlik, ədalətli oyunlar, təmiz idmançı, əsl olimpiya ruhuna malik olan təmiz idmançıların yetişdirilməsi məsələsini onların nəzərinə çatdırmağa çalışmışıq. Və nəinki bu idmanın vasitəsilə, eyni zamanda da idmanın təhsil və mədəni vasitələrin birgə sintezi vasitəsilə həm Azərbaycan, həm də digər ölkələrin gənclərinə çatdırmağa çalışmışıq. İndi sizin nəzərinizə OSEP proqramı haqqında bir videonu təqdim etmək istəyirəm ki, sizi sözlərlə yox, məhz bax belə bir görüntülərlə nə olduğunu çatdırın. Buyurun, diqqət ekrana xahiş edirəm.
This year, Baku has hosted the 15th European Youth Olympic Festival. For the first time in the 28-year-long history of the European Youth Summer Olympic Festival, the National Olympic Committee of the Republic of Azerbaijan run OSEP as legacy program that was funded by Olympic Solidarity. What is OSEP? OSEP is the Olympic Culture and Education Program. The vision of OSEP was to educate youth through sporting and cultural exchange. OSEP formed an integral component of Baku 2019 EOF and provided a memorable and inspiring experience for all participants. Specially formulated for the youth, the OSEP intended to engage and inspire them to be true champions, to adopt and live by Olympic values of friendship, excellence and respect, and to play active roles in their communities. The overall goal of the program was to facilitate and promote sporting and cultural exchange among member countries, as well as enhance education on Olympic values for and with young people. The following accomplishments are achieved through the successful program delivery. 49 schools from Baku were selected and joined the program. About 78,000 school children and more than 5,000 teachers could raise their awareness about EOF and OSEP. Over 500 events of various levels were organized within the program to promote both the EOF and Olympic movement through sporting and cultural exchange. About 30 schools across Europe got twinned with the schools from Baku. An art contest devoted to Baku 2019 European Youth Olympic Festival conducted among the Azerbaijani schools. 170 students from 45 schools participated at the contest. About 500 students participated in the Olympic Culture and Sport Pavilion. The pavilion consisted of 49 cultural booths tent hosted by Azerbaijani youths, featuring each of participating NOCs at the festival. Over 15 embassies functioning in Baku demonstrated their support in the implementation of the program, along with the organization of cultural booths at the pavilion during the festival. 25 young ambassadors by the European Olympic Committees actively joined the program by supporting respective twin schools and NOCs. Athletes and officials from 48 European countries, public figures, high-profile government and NOC officials, and EOC representatives visited the pavilion. OSEP reached over 100,000 people by the end of the program delivery. From the very beginning of OSEP, each participating school had a chance to win various nominations on a monthly basis. Nominations included, but not limited to, the most active school of the month, the most interesting event of the month, the strongest teamwork, etc. Besides the monthly activities, participation at the Olympic Culture and Sports Pavilion were also considered as crucial factors to award schools of the program. Thanks to the points given by the representatives of the National Olympic Committee of Azerbaijan, Ministry of Education and the independent experts from the Olympic Culture and Legacy Commission, 3 winning schools were announced schools of the program and awarded the Olympic Journey to Olympia, Greece. Other 3 most active schools were awarded the Olympic Journey to Gabala, Azerbaijan. OSEP was also widely highlighted on local television. 10 episodes of Sport for All TV program were dedicated to the OSEP. In addition, a special communication group was created on Facebook as a platform to keep teachers and parents up to date. All the digital content was also actively shared through Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. EOC Vice President Niels Nygaard singled out the world-class facilities, friendly and helpful volunteers, and the Olympic Culture and Education Program as the 3 standouts of the 15th edition of the EOF at his speech at the closing ceremony. We highly appreciate and extend our special gratitude to the International Olympic Committee, Olympic Solidarity, European Olympic Committees, the Ministry of Education of Azerbaijan, Ministry of Youth and Sports of Azerbaijan, EOF Organization Committee, embassies of European countries to the Republic of Azerbaijan, teachers, parents, and all the students who contributed to the successful implementation of the Olympic Culture and Education Program.
Böyük qürurla qeyd eləməliyəm ki, bu gördüyünüz məhz Bakı 2019 AGOF-dan, EOF-dan olmağına baxmayaraq, amma biz eyni zamanda 2022-ci ildə Slovakiyanın Banska Bystrica və 2023-cü ildə Sloveniyanın Maribor şəhərlərində keçirilən EOF-da da məhz OSEP proqramı ilə iştirak edə bildik, təmsil olundu. Və bu deməkdir ki, bu ənənə artıq Avropada genişlənir və əgər gördünüzsə ki, əgər bu proqramı biz Avropa qitəsindən başlamışdıq, artıq OSEP dediyimiz proqram dünyanın 54 ölkəsini və bütün qitələri Avstraliya istisna olmaqla əhatə eləyir. Məhz OSEP-in çərçivəsində uşaqlara, gənclərə yetişməkdə olan nəsilə gördüyünüz kimi, bax bu mövzular üzrə biz çalışırıq ki, onların bilgisini artıraq, onları maarifləndirək və qısaca, yəni təqdimatımın sonunda yenə də sizə məhz bir videonu təqdim etmək istərdim ki, hətta o ölkələri təmsil edən məktəblilər belə biz çalışırıq ki, onları həmin ölkələrdən Azərbaycana təşrif buyurmuş komandalara belə dəstək göstərə bilsinlər. İndi icazənizlə həmin videonu sizlərə təqdim edirik. Buyurun. Sonda əslində bu video ilə sizə çatdırmaq istədiyim yəqin ki, hamınıza bəlli oldu. Söhbət handbol oyunu zamanı Azərbaycan milli komandası ilə Malta komandasında həmin ölkəni, yəni Maltanı təmsil edən Azərbaycan uşaqlarının onlara necə azarkeşliyini elədiyini gördünüz. Yəni söhbət ondan ibarətdir ki, OSEP proqramı vasitəsilə biz təkcə uşaqların nəzəriyyədə yox, eyni zamanda məhz idman vasitəsilə, idman yarışları vasitəsilə onların mədəniyyətlər arası, irqlər arası, ölkələr arası dostluğa necə töhfə verə bilərlərsə, onu necə dəstəkləyə bilərlərsə, bax, bu videonun vasitəsilə çalışdıq ki, onu nümayiş etdirək. Məhz ona görə də bugünkü verilmiş imkandan istifadə edərək, mən həm sizlərə, həm də bizi izləyəcək digər insanlara məhz o çağırışla səslənmək istəyirəm ki, təbii ki, təhsil mütləqdir. Təbii ki, maarifləndirmə vacibdir. Amma idman dünyanı Nelson Mandela'nın dediyi fikirlə dünyanı dəyişəcək bir qüvvəyə malikdir. Və biz bugün bizə yaradılmış, bizə verilmiş bu imkandan istifadə edərək, yəni idmanın ruhlandırıcı gücündən, təsir edici gücündən istifadə edərək, yetişməkdə olan nəsil arasında məhz erkən yaşlarında bax bu ayrı-seçkiliyə onların səsini qaldırması, onların mübarizə aparması, ona sıfır tolerantlıqla yanaşmasını təbliğ və təşviq etməliyik. Ona görə idman o mənada kifayət qədər güclü imkanlara malikdir və biz də bu imkanlardan geniş istifadə etməklə yəqin ki, buna nail ola bilərik. Diqqətinizə görə təşəkkür edirəm, ümid edirəm ki, sizləri çox yormadım. Sağ olun.
Thank you, Mehman, for your presentation. We had 4 very nice presentations this morning, one from Noemi, one from Geraldine, one from Jamila, and one from Mehman. Thank you very much to the 4 of you. Due to the time constraint, the roundtable that was foreseen after the 4 presentations is cancelled. We have now to go for lunch at the Cilantro restaurant from the Hilton Hotel. May I get your attention and make sure that at 2 o'clock you will be back in this room for the afternoon session. Thank you very much. We will be starting in 2 minutes. Can I suggest you to come to the front tables if possible? There is place enough at the front tables. Please join us to give the impression that we are together and not that we are dispersed. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the afternoon program. And first of all, we have 2 speakers from Azerbaijan. And I would like to give the floor to Nurlan Suleymanov, who is the senior advisor at the Department of Sport from the Ministry of Youth and Sport of the Republic of Azerbaijan. And Nurlan will speak us about the role of sport in fighting racism. Nurlan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Welcome, dear guests, distinguished speakers. Thank you for coming today, and I would like to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and say a big thank you to the organizers for organizing such a great and important event with a very important and crucial topic. I feel honored to stand here and give a brief speech on the role of sport in fighting racism. Seeing today's speeches and listening to wonderful speeches, I'm glad to see that how our visions collide and overlap, and to see how many variations of approach we have to fight the racism in sport. Today I will try to synthesize what has already been said and provide 3 aspects how sport is important for fight the racism. Racism is a complex and structural problem in our society. It has a historic reasons and interrelated causes. Racism has manifested itself in various forms, such as discrimination or hate speech. Even though it used to be a cultural norm, and today we see decreased practices and racist behaviors, unfortunately, sport is not immune from this virus called racism. Today, many athletes and sport officials still suffer from negative effects of racism, implicit or explicit ones. As I said, the 3 aspects of sports to help fight racism are, first, it's the important role of us, the sport administrators and officials, to raise the awareness about this issue. Second, is the role of sport as a tool to fight the racism. And third, the importance of using the power of sport as a platform to raise awareness against racism. At this point, I would like to again thank the organizers for devoting today's Congress to the fight against racism. It is us who are responsible to speak about racism in sport and provide policies and share with each other best practices to fight racism. Because we are the ones who have the power to influence and shape, also educate our societies how to behave properly, how to address the issues of racism in sports or in general. We should do what we can do to promote non-discriminatory policies and educate our societies through seminars, workshops, or congresses just like this. We should promote diversity and inclusion in sport at all levels, including grassroots sports as well as senior sport competitions. Overall, we should try to fight the discrimination in sport generally. And at this point, I also would like to talk about how sport itself can become a tool to fight racism, because sport is a universal language that transcends cultural and linguistic barriers and has a special power to unite people, to facilitate communication and people-to-people relations. When people from different backgrounds, ethnicities, and ages gather together to celebrate the power of sport and healthy competition, we can fight racism together. Throughout joint programs and sport, people know each other, understand each other, and learn that differences we have are not diversing us, but rather unite. I'm confident that racism is a learned problem, so it's not inherent to people from birth. And this gives us a hope that we can reshape it and deconstruct what have been learned by doing that. Coming from the background of international relations, we always talked about the reasons of conflicts. And the question was, what is the best way to solve the conflict? And interestingly enough, I think that the same answer would work perfect to the question of what is the best way to solve racism? And answering to this question, I can say that is preventing it. So the first what we should do is not to fight racism, what is happening now, but to prevent it. This would be the best case for the future. And for that, I believe we should utilize the power of sport as a platform to share best experiences, to unite people, and to educate people, because millions and millions of fans of sports are there around the world. Sport can promote respect, anti-racist movements, and all the best practices. Imagine just a FIFA World Cup has 5 billion viewership all over the world. And just one match, the final match, has 1.5 billion viewership all over the world. This is the power of sport and of its platform to share best practices. I believe athletes, sports can educate their fans, can share how they feel when they face the racism, and share with people their beliefs and reshape their understandings. Using this platform, we've seen already good examples of this during today's presentations, such as Black Lives Matter, Red Card to Racism, UEFA or FIFA's initiatives against racism. On this, I would like to remind again that we should use sports to fight racism in 3 ways. First is as a governors of sport, we should always keep active on the agenda the issue of racism. Second, use sport as a tool to educate people against racism. And third, utilize the power of sport as a platform to share best experiences and unite people. Thank you.
Thank you, Nurlan. And now I would like to give the floor to Turab Temurov, who is National Press Officer of the Baku City Circuit Operations Company. And he will address the following topic: tackling racism in sports media.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Once again, it's so great to see all of you here today, of course, in Azerbaijan, and we're always trying to keep it up to all our foreign guests and do our best, again, making sure that today you'll get something, that there'll be action, that we'll do our best to tackle the issue of racism, not just in our everyday lives, but also in media. So that's what we're going to be discussing today, tackling racism in sports media. And therefore, as you can see on the screen, this is not a very nice picture, right? Not very nice representation of what's going on in sports today. And you can see Raheem Sterling and something that happened during the match in Chelsea Football Club, when the crowd, the fans, were hurling slang, slur, curses during the match. Not a very nice picture. Actually, pretty painful too for someone who's very sensitive when it comes to sports, to racism. But that's another thing that we have to we're facing in our everyday lives. Next picture, please. Apparently we're experiencing some technical issues. Thank you. So this picture is a representation of, well, just commentator, you would say, but it's not just a commentator. It's actually represents a lot, so we can reflect on it. A research done by a Danish research company, Randstad, it turned out that commentary, it's full of coded racial messages, racist messages to be more precise. For instance, when it comes to white athletes, commentators, they tend to use more of words such as intelligent, smart, clever. But when it concerns athletes representing other ethnicities and races, it's mostly about strength, power. So there goes the racial coding, the racist coding, I would say. So today, I think we would much rather, of course, discuss the successes such as the basketball game, things that are fun, right? But I think it's high time to be facing, to do something with the elephant in the room, and to take actions in order to find that racism and the way media actually does it. So there are, of course, a couple of steps that I think, in my personal opinion, and based on the research that I did, it's better. That's how we're supposed to be tackling with racism in sports media. In Azerbaijan, to be honest, I don't know whether that's due to the fact that there are so many ethnicities in Azerbaijan, because I personally represent Tats. As I said, in Azerbaijan, there are a lot of different ethnicities. That's why I've never really experienced any kind of racism, whether it's in a classroom, I'm talking about school, our early ages, or whether it's in a university, different environments, right? Because from an early age, we had big Jewish community. I was raised in a Jewish community, and we had, again, a lot of people representing different communities. So that was okay for us, and we never thought of, that our Jewish friend or our Jewish classmate would be any different from me, for example, representing Tats, or from other ethnicities, or my Lezgi friend who's also from a different ethnicity would be, any different from us, because we're all human beings. But having spent some time in other countries, I mean, that was the thing. I kind of realized that that was the real thing, racism. And as citizens of the world, we should be doing something with it. We should be tackling it, taking steps. And I know that that doesn't happen overnight. Of course, there's got to be some action, some steps taken. But in what we can do, taking into account that for example, talking from the perspective of media, from my personal point of view, what can we do? That's the real question. So in the first place, I think we should not be afraid. We should acknowledge those, the good, I'll call it the good media that does it the right way, that understand that there needs to be diversity and embraces that diversity. And you know, it's just not just a slip of tongue when suddenly out of nowhere commentator starts, you know, making those, highlighting those differences in races. Because, you know, we're all the same, first of all, and I know it sounds very cliche, but we are all the same, we're all human beings. So that's why commentators need to be educated. And how are we going to educate those commentators? Of course, through social media in the first place, because all of us, we're using phones, our phones, even right now, a lot of you are using your phones. So why don't you do it for the good deed? Just take out your phone whenever you notice something that is being done in a wrong way, that is being done in a racial way. Why don't you take out your phones and post it, acknowledge it, right? Whether someone is doing it in a bad way or a good way, both need to be acknowledged. Don't be ashamed to do it. So, bad commentator, bad journalist, yes, okay, tag him. You know, just tag him, because it's shameful. Whether if he's doing it in a right way, okay, also acknowledge it, praise him. That's how it should be done, in my personal opinion, and in the opinion of a lot of experts, to be honest. That's how we're supposed to be fighting racism. And let's talk about coverage. For example, in the year of 2023, I watched a lot of football matches, competitions, and then again, from a person coming from a sports background, it's very noticeable that racial slurs are being used. It's the 21st century already. 2023, and I think that is something unacceptable, and again, a lot needs to be done in order to fight that. So, and let's not forget the responsibility that falls on our athletes. We have a lot of athletes that have become celebrities already. They have huge crowd of fans, they have huge crowd of followers on Instagram, Twitter, and whether there's, you know, whatever they say, a lot of people follow them. So they take the messages, the signals coming from those athletes as something, as rule to follow. So that's why we should be praising those athletes and maybe trying to fight racism, not maybe, but most definitely. Not use, but utilize the channels that they're using. That would be very wise. So that's a very important topic for me, actually, as I said, coming from an ethnical minority, and at the same time I can speak hours and hours about it, but it's time to take action. It's very straightforward. Again, we just need to reflect on it, feel as those people, and then I think we can make a change. So whether you're ready to be a part of it, and I think you should be really ready, everyone needs to be ready to be a part of it, we should be taking the right stages. Together we can rewrite the narrative, together we can do so much. So why don't all of us lace up our metaphorical boots and score a goal in the direction of, you know, fighting the racism in sports media. And because we should be living in a diverse community, support diverse voices, I think diversity is the key. Diversity is the key. And every conversation, every call out, every shared article needs to be having the right voice, the right tone, and the right messages. And it's very important to watch after your narrative and to be on the right level, to be the level of the field that we play. Again, as I can speak for hours, but I don't want to take your time. I know you got already a lot on your platter. Thank you for your attention, and let's get to work fighting the racism right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Turab, for your inspiring words. It's now time to invite to the scene two organizations that have joined us for this Congress. The first one is the International Dance Organization, and the second one is the International Dart Federation. And we would like to give the opportunity to those two organizations to present themselves to you, and therefore I first would like to give the floor to Patrick Perosa from the International Dance Organization.
Hello, good afternoon. Firstly, let me just express that I'm really happy and honored to be today with you here to present International Dance Organization, but of course also to participate in the Congress because up to now we hear really good speeches and a lot of information that can be also useful for my federation. So today I split my PowerPoint, or let's say presentation, in two parts. First part I will shortly introduce what we are doing, who we are, and in the second part I will go through the, let's say, long journey, IDO and European Fair Play movements, because we started 6 years ago together to cooperate and to promote the values of fair play. Yeah. So, to start, 2 years ago we celebrate 40 years, so we are not anymore young organization, but we feel really adult, and our headquarters is still in Denmark, and we are proud to be there, and we are registered as a non-profit organization. So what we do everything that is connected with dance, not just competition, but we will see later that we do also some other things. So our family, it's big, like half of the world, I would say, 19 countries, 90 national members. We are present in 6 continents, and somehow we calculate that 250,000 dancers are under our umbrella. We are member or affiliated member or partners. You can see 4 major our partners, as already said, the European Fair Play Movement, TAFISA, the International Federation for Sport for All, EPAS, Council of Europe, and also IXPE. So what we do, as you see, our main business, if I can say it like that, it's that we organize world and continental championships, cups, games, and whatever is connected with dance competitions. But beside that, we have a strong educational program. We deliver certificates to our officials, referees, and everybody who is currently working during our events. Even the next step that we are just now improving, that also moderators and speakers on our events should have a license, because, you know, part of the dance is music, and part of the music is also the one who is motivating people to cheer and to support their dancers. We are working also in the field of sport for all, promoting dance as an important part of healthy lifestyle, because dance is as easy as walking, because everybody of us can dance, even if you don't have any kind of knowledge. And we are also very proud to have inclusive dance, which when we organize the event at the same time and the same place, so that people with or without disabilities can enjoy events together in the same, at the same time. And in the last 4 years, we are becoming more and more active in getting projects through Erasmus Plus Sport. So currently we are running 4 of those. So, if I split our dances in pillars, you see that we are working in 3 pillars: couple dances, performing arts, street urban dances, so all in the field of modern dances. And now you will see the list of all the dances that we are running. So there are quite many. I will not read it, but you can imagine that there are really a lot of them. Maybe I can just mention that our one of the most wanted, let's say, it's hip-hop and breakdancing or breaking, which is also the Olympic Games in Paris. Next slide. Yeah. Ah, yeah, the other side, sorry. So, how big is our family? I will just share you the number, which I got it a few days ago from our office, who is calculating the statistics. So this year in our events, we had... Ah, the screen? Are you sure? Ah, so this year we had around 25,000 dancers that participated in our events. And the year is not over because we have still some events till the end, so probably we will reach 30,000 participants in 1 year as participating in our events. Okay, now we will go for first video just to warm up the area. I don't know if there is sound.
I don't play this game to lose. I live like life on the line. A really pretty place was paid for mine. One of a kind, different design. Working, I'm certain you'll see it in time. I gotta shine, so you'll be fine in the nighttime. Let me link you up with the lifeline. Jesus, babies is toting heaters. Enemies trying to beat us. Dirty dotted deceivers. Lions spotted the cheaters. Blood sucking mosquitoes. Guess why I thought you defeat us? Victory is the sweetest. Crunch time was a beat us. God overachievers wanna make you all believe. That's all it takes, that's all you need. Success in every breath as we proceed. We in hell, that's real in the blood you bleed. We in hell, we in hell.
Yeah, so this was just to warm up a little bit the atmosphere in this room. So, as I said, we signed the MOU 6 years ago. Actually was in 2017 by the end of the year, and in this period I can say that we developed a lot, because if we started with the ground zero, so it means that we at that time we didn't have any kind of program, any kind of, let's say, wording about the fair play. We did a big improvement firstly internally in order to understand that our family understand that fair play values are important. And in dances, there are happening quite many such behaviors and gestures. So as you see, this is a small, this is just a part of our MOU, where we promise from our side and the EFPM from their side that we will try to support each other in order to develop the area about the fair plays. I'm still finding where is the, aha. So what we did as first, so a few years ago, we amended our statute, including fair play in Article 3, you can see, but not only fair play, we included also many other stuff like clean sport, then the human rights, zero tolerance to discrimination, and so on. Also in the bylaws, so the two major documents in our let's say in our organization, both are now including the fair play as an important part of our aims and objectives. Then next, we have a newly adopted a few years ago as well, a code of conduct. I just put 3 of those paragraphs that are included in this document. There are several more, but those 3, let's say, are somehow linked with the European Fair Play movement. If you can see that one of the crucial one is that the essence of fair play is highly encouraged and appreciated at all times in all our decisions and actions, but also we put also integrity and ethical behavior and clean sport, as I already mentioned. But this document is on a few pages, so there are many others, because we really did a big step forward in the good governance and all the ethical and fair play and human rights values. What we did next, can you help me? So we have guidelines and criteria for IDO awards. So it's a huge document where all the medals, all the awardings that we are delivering, it's listed, and then we added a paragraph about annual fair play award. This is the explanation who can deliver, who can propose. Actually, we gave this instruction, and we started last year with awarding those who are having, as I said, behavior or some fair play action. So what is important to mention, because this year we strengthened even more the cooperation with the European Fair Play movement. So in Brussels on 7th of September, during the World Fair Play Day, we asked our best, let's say, world champion to join. She's from Norway. She came, and I'm pretty sure those who had the possibility to attend this event can really enjoy her dancing in this fabulous building. I think the president will agree with me. It was also our really honor to be present in such event, and of course to show with the dance that dance is a part of such ceremonies and such events. What we did next, for the first time this year, we applied for the Spirit of the Fair Play. So we sent 2 applications, and 1 was successful, so thank you again. In Slovenia there is already a news about these awards, and we will of course celebrate within our family in the next General Assembly, because we are really proud that such award was given to one of our members. And what is next? So next week we have a World Ballet Championship, and the idea is that we deliver the annual awards during this event, and the president will be invited to join because it's in Belgium. It's easy to reach, and I'm sure that this will be also next step of our cooperation, one of the action, let's say. Before I conclude, I will show you another short video just to have an idea what we are doing. And as I said, we are quite big family. We have a lot of dancers, especially youngest, because the modern dances are somehow linked with the young generation. And I think that this 6 years that we did together as an MOU, I'm sure that we as an IDO, we did big improvement inside our family, and also the last 2 years when we start to closely cooperate with the EFPM, I think that the results are coming out, and I think this is just the beginning, because we need to prepare or to refresh our MOU to put a little bit higher aims and actions in the following years, because this is I think a good practice, and I believe a commitment if we put on a paper as well. So thank you again for these 6 years, and I'm looking forward for the next 6 years. One video.
Here we go, it's about time now we set it off. Here we go, red lights I could never stop. A dreamer with the fever to be great was all I ever wanted. A fighter with the fever for the fame was all I ever wanted. Got me singing like bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. This fire's a weapon. Bang, bang, bang, bang, bang, bang. Won't stop till we're legends.
This video was actually in September because we celebrate 42 years of our organization. So thank you again.
And let me call to the stage Mr. Marco Tomasini from the International Dart Federation. Mr. Tomasini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the audience, and thank you very much to the President and General Secretary of the European Fair Play Movement. International Darts Federation is quite an old federation. It was established in Switzerland in 1995, and it's taking care of soft darts. Personally, I am the CEO and General Secretary of the IDF. That is my main job. The International Darts Federation is a non-governmental, not-for-profit organization developing soft darts, e-darts, and para-soft darts globally at international level. IDF is supporting worldwide the growth of soft darts And we are trying to foster the sense of community and the sense of fair play in our community of darts player. Okay. In the last year, when I take the position of CEO, we decided to start cooperating at international level with more and more partners, focusing on our next generation strategy. We take the recognition for the esports sector. Now we are deploying the esports as one of the main competition of the next year, of the calendar of the next year. We are deploying a Sport for All agenda for 2024 with the Sport for All competition, Sport for All festival. We are trying to take care also of the sustainability thanks to the agreement that we have with the Global Climate Action and becoming signatory of the United Nations Framework Convention of Climate Change. And at the same time, we are very binded by the Green Sport Alliance, trying to preserve the environment and to have a better world through sports and the environment. Our sports comes from steel darts. Steel darts is the most famous sport, not like us. It's an historical sport that was practiced in London, in the pubs and into the clubs, and it is been made with darts made with steel tips. We have the evolution of this kind of darts. We are using electronical one with plastic tips, so soft tips. They are totally electronic, and this is one of the models that is approved by the International Dart Federation that is used by more or less the majority of the world. But there is also something more in our sport system, the new generation of darts, the e-darts. As you can see, it's totally electronic machine connected, so you can play wherever you want, and you can play against all the world because there is a referee system that is automatic through the laser and the touch screen. We have different games and a full connection around the world. So we don't need also to move people to have a world championship in e-darts. So we are protecting the environment at the same time without the needs of long travel and airplanes. So after we have explained our kind of sports, we would like also to talk about the para-darts. Para-soft darts is very important for us. Thanks to the electronic machine, we have the opportunity to have inclusive soft darts championship with also wheelchair, because the machine is able to go down and to leave the opportunity to all the darts player, even the wheelchair one, to practice sports without problem. This is an example, the Italian National Championship, and we have also another example. I'm sorry. As you can see, this is the final championship and some of the players that are winning the team double championship. Why we are here? We are here because we decided through the board to create a strategy that is called Next Generation. Next Generation strategy is composed by 9 projects that are fully financed by the International Dart Federation. I will leave the last one, that is the fair play, because we are here to sign the MOU. So we are binded by the World Fair Play Day, September 7. We will join September 7 celebration, pushing the September 7 World Fair Play Day. We have signed an MOU with Peace and Sports for the April 6 and White Card campaign, and we will be one of the bigger stakeholders in this project. At the same time, we become member of TAFISA. As international member of TAFISA, we decided to sign the Interlac Plus signatory project and become part of the advisory board in order to push the idea of sport for all inside school, inside civil society, and inside the active cities, and to become one of the leaders of Tafisa Mission 2030, so fostering the idea of equity, of gender equality, of a better world through sports. It is not enough for our point of view, so we decide to start cooperating with the United Nations, and that's why we are partner and we make a proclamation that is binding all the decisions of the board and all the decisions of our country. We need and we must to fulfill 7 goals of the Sustainability Development Goal during our year and in our choice. So we are forced by laws to have gender equality, environmental protection, education, fair play, and the other sustainability goals that for us are binding and is a part of our structure and statutes. For this reason, we decide to open also the Act Now process. The Act Now process and project is to ask to all our members at least once a year to register inside the United Nations Act Now software and to record at least 1 action per year in order to increase the number of action around the world and to have a better world. And at the same time, we create the book club. The book club is under the Sustainability Development Goal. You can register for free, and we will send you every month a new book that we are suggesting to read, providing you also the e-copy, in order to let you better understand what does it mean sustainability, what does it mean development, and so on. We are now pushing the Lazy Person Guide. Lazy Person Guide is a fun game for children, but also for all of us, to better understand what we can do day by day to improve our life thanks to small action. For example, switch off the lights when you are not reading. Close the door when it's frozening outside. Do not put 22 degrees, but 20 degrees in our house. Small action that can change your world. And we are trying to push our member, educate our member through the different level present by the Lazy Person Guide. Finally, the fair play, one of the last but not least pillar of the next generation strategy. With fair play, we are hoping to create a new generation of managers, a new generation of players, a new generation of athletes that deeply respect each other outside and inside the competition. We are going to provide to all our players during the World Championship a copy of the European Fair Play Principle and a copy of the International Fair Play Committee Principle and Strategy. And we are asking to important exponents at international level, like the President, I hope, of the European Fair Play Movement and the General Secretary, to come at our competition to host a quick seminar on the fair play value in order to educate our people and to educate our manager. Hosting a stand with gadget, with book, with publication, in order to create a cultural heritage based on fair play, which is the next generation main pillar. So, just to conclude, what is next generation? Next generation is a strategy that our federation is keeping on to have better people, so social responsibility, have a sustainability under the environmental point of view, sustainability under the cultural point of view, and finally, gender equality and gender equity through the Sustainability Development Goal. Thank you very much for all the audience, and thank you very much for your efforts and for whatever you can do for us.
So now we are once more making a small change in our program. I will go to the good practices related to fair play education to overcome racism. I'm just waiting for the PowerPoint. Yeah? Voilà. We wanted in this Congress to give you a presentation dedicated to a project that has been and that is developed in Belgium. And this project is called Stop Racism in Sport. I will, of course, not do the presentation my colleague Marlise Royer is going to do, but just to tell you that this organization, this organization stand-ups for against racism in sport. And I would like you to focus on the red characters: dignity, freedom, respect, equality, courage, and solidarity. And you know the famous sentence of Nelson Mandela: sports has the power to change the world, it has the power to inspire, it has the power to unite people in a way that little else can do. It speaks to the youth a language they understand. So please welcome Marlise Royer from Stop Racism.
Thank you. So I want to introduce you Stop Racism in Sport. It's an organization who only created 3 years ago by Thierry Witzel. And I will briefly speak about what our organization put in place to, with clubs, federation, and also with sports people to reduce racism in sport. So one of the first actions we put in place at the very beginning of the association in 2020, it was a mapping about all the action put in place in Belgium to combat racism and promote social inclusion in sports in Belgium. So it was 2 students who worked on this project, and they identify 130 organizations active in the field in Belgium. The mapping describes and details the landscape of Belgium's association working against racism. And they also ask 9 federations to respond to questions. And so they do a mapping, a conclusion about a list of projects and actions, and also the settlement that their organization put in place. This mapping was an opportunity to have a global view and a good basis to work to fight racism in sport in general in Belgium. So we also do action in the field. On the field, sorry, it's in all around Belgium and in all sports. We consider that the action on the field is the DNA of our organization, because we want to be in contact with people on the field, because it's very important for us to have a better understanding of the issue that affect people and give them the key to combat racism in sport. So clubs and federation ask us to come in the club and do some actions. So we adapt our action to the public and also to what they need precisely. So we have 2 kinds of actions. So we have short actions. It's, for example, during competitions. We give the opportunity to people to create their own pins. Pins is it's a good English, I'm not sure, yeah. By the public to show them their mobilizations to fight racism. We think that when people create themselves things, it's reinforce the actions and the mobilization. Sorry. We also do long actions. For example, during a training session, so it's depending the publics. It can be with the coach, with the parents, with the supporters, with the managers, and with the children. For example, with the parents, we make actions look like discussions. So we speak with them to the importance to stay very respectful in each situation, even in the competition. And with children, for example, we can have a discussion like with the parents, but we also do like game to feel what exclusions can do and what we can be feel when we are excluded. So it's a game because we do it with a ball, and we divide the group in the team, and each team has different rules. Yeah, so after we have a discussion with the children. So the conclusion of that kind of actions, it's the children can feel the bad feelings or to live exclusions, and inclusions can realize that inclusions it's a better way to follow. But we can't come in each clubs. It's very difficult because we are a very small team. So in 2024, we create an educational kit. Then managers, coaches, etc. can use directly with the children or with the supporters to fight racism themselves in the clubs. We also have a campaign who's called No Racism in Sport in collaboration with Panathlon Wallonie-Bruxelles and RTBF Sport. So last year, 500 banners have been displayed in Wallonia and Brussels Federation, in sport hall, in football pitches, in tennis courts. And these banners, it's a symbol of mobilizations of the club and municipality. Moreover, this collaboration with the RTBF Sport, with the regional TV, we do several video clips have been produced to give a voice to young people, young sports people, and the top-level sports women and sportsmen. And the question was about what is racism, how can we fight racism, and we are very surprised to see the response of the young sports people who are very reflecting about the racism. We also had the Stop Racism Award to honor a person or a group who has distinguished themselves by taking action to combat racism in sport. The goal of this initiative is to reduce racism in society and to promote sporting value. Then we also have a collaboration with Sport and Citizenship. It's an online platform to prevent discrimination in sport for coaches. So we start this collaboration, first of all, with Basketball Federation, with 3 main topics. It's racism, homophobia, and gender questions. And this project will be online during 2024. We have another online platform project called Monitora. It's an European Erasmus project with Italy, Hungary, Finland, Denmark, and Belgium. And the goal of this project is to monitoring racism in sport. There are 3 phases on this project. Analyze on a European level the extent of racism in sport. After that, we create an online platform, and then we test and rework as necessary to reflect the reality on the ground on these platforms. And Stop Racism in Sport will be active on the 3rd phases with the testing phases. The analyze phases is finished, and the official report will be published soon. The last activities when I want to present to you, it's online platforms who call Act Against Racism. The goal to this platform is to raise awareness of football clubs managers to fight against racism in football clubs. So we create all the platform by ourselves. So there are 3 sections on this platform. The first, it's the interview to catch the attention and to have the feeling of the people who are victims of racism. Then the second phase is to speak about the definition of what is racism, what is discrimination, and all the terms that connect it, because we think it's important to understand the word. Because sometimes we realize that when we speak about racism, people confuse with discrimination or with sexism. So it's important to put definition of the good word. Finally, on these platforms, we give practical tools to help as better as we can the club managers to fight directly racism in their club. So, for example, we create tools as charters, has checklist of good practice. In that checklist, for example, we can have it's important to don't stay in silence. How can you listen, have a good listening? Or how the education is the key to prevent racism. So all this action, we do it in only 3 years, and I think it's just the beginning, so thank you for your attention.
So thank you, Marlies, for this presentation and for the huge activities you've been developing over the last 3 years. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm taking some risks because I'm announcing the coffee break. And the question is that you all have to come back after the coffee break because we will have a discussion all together. So if you leave, there will be no discussion. So please, take your time with the coffee break. We have a 30 minutes coffee break, and then come back in the room and sit in front. Yasmina is alone. She needs company. Okay? Coffee break, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to take place and maybe to come in front? Join the front tables, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before to start with the discussions, I would like to invite Mr. Marco Tomasini to join President Uzio to take the to sign the memorandum of understanding between the two organizations. And take care, the world press is framing you. I think the cameraman would like also to have the possibility. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will try to do an exercise table by table, so you don't move from the table where you are. You will be working with the people around your table, and I would like each table to think about or to answer the two following topics. One is dedicated to education against racism, and the other one is dedicated to the strength, the force of ethics. The first topic sounds as following: having responsibilities in the sports movement. I ask you, your table, your partners, to suggest concrete potential initiatives to specifically educate youth against racism in sport. Remember, we had a presentation today where one of the speakers said it is first about education of youth if we want to eradicate racism in sport. So this is the first question. Having responsibilities in the sports movement, suggest concrete potential initiatives to educate youth against racism in sport. It can be an existing initiative, it can be innovative initiatives. So just brainstorm about the topic at your table. And the second one is about ethical codes in sport organizations. They appear to be a best way to fight spectators and players' racism in sport. And once more, the question sounds as follows: having responsibilities in the sports movement suggest fundamental principles that you would like to see included in such codes. Maybe because you know they already exist in codes of other organizations, maybe because there are some fundamental principles you want to see in those codes. I suggest we take 30 minutes to think about at each table, and after 30 minutes I will be asking to each table to give some ideas answering the first question and to give some ideas answering the second question. Okay? Feel free, there is no bad answer. So we have now 30 minutes, it's 5 to 4, and I suggest we summarize this around 25 past 4. Please take your time. Pardon? Oui, oui. And Philippe asked me to leave the slide on the screen. I will leave the slide on the screen. And the colleagues there also. I suggest you have another 5 minutes and then you try to make a synthesis and someone of the group presenting the conclusions within 5 minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to report. And the question is always the same. Where do we start? There, or there, or there, or there? They are asking to start. That's just fantastic. So, may I ask all tables to focus on this table, and I give the mic.
Thank you. I am very happy to open this conclusion of this working group time. We have discussed about several important issues. Don't ask me which one. And the conclusion are two. Participate or reiter share attention on values with punctual behavior that respect others, less attention to success and medals, more attention to respect and tolerance. We have a detto napoletano, after I translate, but is in dialect napolitano stretto. The second is to obtain the best value with sport, you need to be able to chemically transform behavior into fair play. Thank you.
And everybody will understand why I regret not to be able to speak Italian. La lingua dell'amore. Can I give the floor to this table? I don't know who will be speaking.
Okay, I go to the first question, which is both of them were really difficult questions to just answer in 30 minutes, but for the first part, will you tell me if I forget something? We say that, for example, racism sometimes is a limited concept, so we also talk about xenophobia and extremism, or the mechanism of inclusion-exclusion, even inside the same country. In education, it's not just general information, but of course needed of specific actions. And what we saw also is that there are many elements related to ethics, like, for example, anti-doping, sustainability, or ethics, and we find two main principles: the principle of progression and the principle of adaptation of the content, because sometimes these educational activities are not adapted for the age of the kids. So sometimes it's not they are not functioning because it's not perfectly adapted to their age. And also, we also talk about how to do a good experience when meeting people from different backgrounds for the first time. And it's very important also to talk about and think about this idea of racism as a cultural or social construction. It's not something that we burn with racism in our heads. It's something that you just construct in your head because you hear about that, or because you have this representation of the other, of the alterity. And I go to the go-to.
Thank you. Maybe I will just add that we discussed how important for young athletes to educate them through the people who spend the most time with is their trainers. So to design specific programs to educate trainers how to educate their athletes. And speaking of the fundamental values, the overall principle could be that we all are humans, and this is not to differentiate us. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And maybe you know, Noemi and I, we are both university professors, so we have our specific way of speaking, social constructions. So I go to this table because I need to give the floor at last at the table of the president. Who is speaking? Pardon.
Dear Terry and the colleagues, I want to talk about our education. I think, and we think, our groups think that we should learn what fair play is from childhood to young people, because children could learn easily. The fair play education should start preschool and also from primary school. We should some cartoons. We should show some cartoons. We should show some presentations to them, and if they could have empathy with athletes or with others, they could behave better. Also, we should teach the bad behaviors consequences, the bad behaviors results. If children and also young guys should learn what bad behaviors consequences, maybe they could change their behaviors. I am associate professor at Istanbul University Cerrahpaşa Sports Science Faculty, and I opened fair play lesson 3 years ago. Why we opened fair play courses for university students? Because if they could learn what fair play is and what fair play is not, they could teach their students and their athletes after graduation. So for each faculty, fair play education must be mandatory. Also, for bachelor degree, for master degree and doctorate degree, there should be fair play courses, because we should do fair play researchers, and we should publish we should publish their consequences. We should tell our colleagues and also to the public. And also, if I have time, I want to talk about our project. Turkish National Olympic Committee Fair Play Commission had a project, Fair Play Roadshow project. We have visited almost 70 universities in Turkey. 68 universities we have visited, and we have told about fair play. Almost 9 or 10 people are going to universities. There are journalists, there are academics, athletes, Olympic athletes, and we have talked about fair play. The university students could hear fair play explanation, fair play examples, and if they don't have fair play education at their universities, they could learn something about fair play because of this project. So we can recommend that we can do some project like that. We should do research about fair play, and we should spread fair play spirit. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Sevim. And the last table, or you? No, this one. Okay, the last table. Who is taking the floor? Philippe. Philippe is taking the floor.
In the name of the table, huh?
Of course.
Okay. So if there is something strange or wrong, it will be my colleagues, because I'm not fair play. First of all, I was on a very special table, because racism is not a word which is applying to the population in Croatia, neither in Azerbaijan. So it means that we started also with some potential activities to be done if this phenomenon could appear. So I was quite the only one having another experience in Belgium. So, but I will first of all go in the direction of the ideas given by the table if something would happen, and it's close in connection with what Sevin told us, saying, okay, all is related to education, and education at every level, even starting from the nursery school, and but to start with the nursery school, in fact, you have to go to let's say, all the different degrees in education, and you have to educate in high school and universities the people, not, it seems, about racism, but about inclusion, and in terms of how to behave against violence. It was much more something different than racism, because it's globally unknown. Even, and that was also very important, what was said by someone at the table, with all the new modern media like smartphone, like television, and so on, even countries like Croatia or Azerbaijan, who are not facing this kind of problem, should start to educate and to make some prevention for the future. The case is quite different in a country like Belgium. No, sorry, there was one more thing what was mentioned. It was how to educate the media, and how to make sure that from this to this, till the moment they become journalists, they got also the appropriate answer for the telespectators, and so on and so on. So that was, in fact, the way to do more for the inclusion, more against violence in general, not related to racism, and in fact, the major word was, let's say, education at all levels, so that all the professors, but also the nurseries could have the appropriate answer. Kazar said, okay, if this kind of problem should happen, we should give some, let's say, weapons to the referees, to make sure that they can sanction any cases on the field and outside the field, where I answered that in all countries, I would say, in this case, the north of Europe, definitely Belgium, probably France too, and so on and so on, we have already all those weapons, even with a sanction for the spectators, and even for the players. And for the spectators, they have also, there are some laws who can impose to some people not to show in the stadium for for years, and paying some money as une amende. Enfin, okay. So, and I was telling also about the way we were practicing it in Belgium with the preparation we are doing in the primary school. But then I go back to what Sevin was saying about fair play. From fair play, we are talking about the rules of sport, and then we speak about the differences between the rules and between the people in the room. And what's strange, when we are in primary school, you never have the problem with the skin. It's a little different when you are confronted with the sport in general at the same time, mainly in the collective sport. there, what the idea we are now trying to, we are developing is to have half an hour before the start of the competition, a dialogue in the cloakroom with not only with the coach, with the sportsman and football player, basketball player, to help them if we know that the match could be problematic, what kind of answer they could have. So I call this table the table Utopia because racism is totally unknown.
Thank you, Philippe. So, a very productive 30 minutes, I believe, at all tables. It's now time to conclude, to make a wrap-up of the Congress, and also to avoid repeating what you've been saying. So I will try to do this short exercise, and I would like to start by considering, and this is what we did from the very beginning of the Congress this morning, by considering the uniqueness of the sports movement and the social value of fair play. This is a central point in the discussion we had today. I also noticed that everybody around the tables is in favor of an education starting with young kids, going even to old people, through the universities, but also through the media. And that this aspect of the media, the key role the media can play in the education to fair play, appear to be very important. There is one sentence I didn't hear today, and from which I believe we can take some information in the context of fair play, of the fight against racism and other difficulties in sport. And this sentence is the Olympic motto. You know that the Olympic motto for a long time was faster, stronger, and higher, but since this year it is stronger, faster, higher, together. And this word is, to my opinion, very important. I consider it as a real added value to the Olympic motto. Together means without racism. Together means without sexism. Together means without any kind of harassment or bullying. So it's important to take this into consideration. And you will not be surprised, as a conclusion, is I refer you to the OVEP program of the International Olympic Committee, Olympic Values Education Program. I'm not making the publicity of the program, but have a look to this, have a look to the documents they produce. There are very, very good presentations about education to fair play. So, in one word, in 1,000 words, this would be my wrap-up of this Congress of today. You were those who stayed until the end, and therefore I have to say thank you to all of you. Thank you. Thank you to the technology, thank you to the cameras, thank you to the people beside the Olympic committees, the Olympic Committee who made this possible, and thank you to the people of the hotel who have been taking care of us. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you.